A marvelous salad. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Good to see you. This postcard is and you know, we're just going to have to go. If you're not sure how to do it, you want to see?
Well, I just can't tell when they're
Yeah, but I'm not just saying. That's what got me editors. There aren't any scripts in my notebook. That's what makes it strict. I have to be not for 5 minutes. We have no time
nice class.
Thank you so much.
Excellent class. I mean, the whole thing is excellent. The class is interesting.
This is why we Both fight for meal, which is a whole problem. I said you both fight for What do you think I bought her a $30 ticket? There's always something. Come on, baby. I'm first up. I can't even stand up. This will be different. I was so good. Nice move. This went well for a while. Change our life. Why would I have I'm Jamie. Take it from there. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if I did start a game, you should kick my chair.
You're so fabulous. You're like dating and I know. I found out that my work. I was wondering what my husband was running with him. The restaurant like every other day. And so I'm to my work and I go back.
People are stuck in traffic because of that accident. I guess trying to get across, coming from the airport in that direction. So we're just going to wait for, because 2 minutes. We go over, Steve. I'm not going to be like, yes. No.
Like a German magazine. Hey, where's the whip? Every up there. It's like
Of course, in France, when it's done, it doesn't have a decent bathroom. They don't believe in shower.
Oh my God! How are you, gorgeous? What a pleasure.
Maybe I will.
Yes, I did. Same with you. So you look fabulous. Well, I don't know about that, but it might be a little bit. Did we have You're so gorgeous. Well,
I'm in the other world. Look at these photographs. No, you guys
I'm going to drag you out one afternoon for a glass of wine.
I would love that.
Okay?
Let me know.
I'm going to come and drag you. Drag me.
Just tell my boss you got it. Yeah. Old friends.
I understand not wanting to.
I will do that. I'm sure to my addiction.
That, we had a volcanic eruption. It's not that unusual, but once in a while, why am I alone? Certainly with a girl. Just saying.
You want them to read over That's how I got here.
It's hilarious. Now here at we have a service consideration. We find out that the most magnificent women Hey, Bud Navarro. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. No, you are not. I'm not innocent. But I'm working on it. Congratulations. I was a fighter. I was let's see what I can do right now. What's your reaction, sir? That your dad's first fight? All right, everything good? Kids are good?
Gold been on the bed. Gold been on the bed.
Yeah, I spent it in South Dakota. We had I noticed. And because he was working. That is not even right. I mean,
I paid my dues.
The wealth is right. 60, 65 bags of food. But this guy, I need to say myself, I live by myself. And I found my reward. Well, no. I will, I'm first out. Oh boy. That was why I was gasping.
I don't think we should be in the front. Okay, see, I'm going to tell people this.
Yeah. That's worth wonderful. I tried tying my car back with me.
Hello. If everybody would take a seat, then we can get started. Waiting for the wayward people.
I'm there.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jed Dawes. I'm the executive director here at the studios of Key West, and I didn't realize I was going to be introducing the show this evening, but I'm more than happy to do so. This kind of feels like the start of a really amazing season that we have in store for you. So thank you all for being here. It's so wonderful to have Hughes View as a place to gather, and I know we were all keeping an eye on the weather yesterday, and just have this gorgeous night. It feels like a good omen for things to come. So other than that, just saying hello and welcome and thank you. I think my main job here is to introduce the star of the evening, this beautiful lady to my right who has brought together this incredible project. I know so many people have been involved, and we are so grateful to be kind of hosting it here in the exhibition downstairs, which if you haven't had a chance to really explore, please make sure that you do so before you leave tonight. So there's so much going on. I will make way for the beautiful Rita Troxel.
Thank you, Jed. First of all, if you haven't noticed, this is being videotaped. We're being live streamed. We're on live stream right now, so be aware. I'm just saying. Welcome home, everybody, and Michael Browning. So I've written a bunch of stuff here. It's longer than what anybody's going to read tonight. A few quick announcements. I just want to thank the staff and directors at Studios of Key West who have been phenomenal in helping me put this thing together. This is, a dream team that anybody would want to be working with. Tomorrow, the rooftop will be open for us during the day, so if people want to come and gather together with their friends that they haven't seen in forever, you're welcome to come up here between 10 and 4. Yes, and there won't be service up there. There won't be anybody, but you can bring your lunch, bring drinks, whatever you like, and hang out. So there's that. Do not miss Jamie Outcroft's opening at Harrison Gallery as he does the mission creep across there. It's called Epiphany. It's Abstracts in Silver. It's at Harrison Gallery on Sunday from 5 to 8. And believe me, this stuff is fabulous. I have seen it. Monday, November 22nd at 6 p.m., Ann Taswell, who has a couple of stories in the book. She wrote a book called A Good Spy Leaves No Trace, and it's a story about her search for her father and their lives at that time. She will be in conversation with me and doing readings and book signings, and that's Monday at Books and Books downstairs at 6. And Jed already said, go to the gallery. Books and Books next door also has books by a lot of the people who wrote stories in this compilation, in Home at the End of the World. There's a collection of those books downstairs by various people if you are interested and would like to buy those books. After the readings, there's going to be a Q&A. Ask anything you like. You may not get an answer, but you can ask. And once that's done, everybody is invited to go downstairs to the courtyard. Ben Harrison will be playing for us, yay. And people will be signing books, and there will be snacks, whatever, down there. And I say, nobody be nervous. This is like, family Thanksgiving, Home at the End of the World. You can, we're old friends, like forever. So now I'm just going to read this thing that I wrote, which is that this project has been very fluid, changing constantly over the years, and honestly, I never would have imagined the impact. Building this book was as much about our community now as it was in the 70s and 80s. I began the project 17 years ago, but without the trust of all those who took the time to write the stories, and the fact that you believed in me enough that it would actually see the light of day, none of this would have happened. Over the last 2 years, this project has connected me to people I did not know very well and reconnected me with dear friends. It has been a deeply emotional experience for myself. Thank you, airplane. as well as for others. There were times when I could not edit because it was so emotionally overwhelming. This book would also not have happened, at least not in this decade, without Jamie Alcroft saying to me 2 years ago while we sat at lunch in LA, "I want to be involved. I'll help edit the book." Okay then, let's do this. 8 months later, I had a much needed and clarified edited version. Jamie was so attached to it, he made me promise to take care of the baby he had been fostering for me. And I took care of it. I took care of the baby. Then there's Lynn Bentley Kemp, who did the final edit and who designed the beautiful cover and words and countless photos, and who tweaked so many 45-year-old pictures. From our love of dogs and love of the book grew a much cherished friendship. I'm going to get clamped here. I also want to thank the Awesome Foundation of Key West for awarding me a grant to help with the printing, and now a year later, thanks to the studios of Key West, we are here to tell our stories and read from the book Home at the End of the World. There is no better place than Cayo Hueso. Con mucho amor, my friends, and all the people out there that are on this live stream. We are so happy that we have this video for you and you can join us. Woohoo! So without further delay, I will begin the evening with a short little piece entitled Hard Magic by Sally Reno, who is in Colorado, and I hope she has got this on her computer. When your custom magic shoes were ready, Murphy put them on you himself, and he'd say, "Careful with those first steps. The magic is a little hard to control when you aren't used to it." So, Bud Navarro, let the magic begin.
Okay, so I just realized that I forgot what I was about to say. Not a good way to start. So, Key West, 1975. Let's try that. Are we good? We're good. So it is the dream that awakens you, the gift that unwraps you, the song that remembers you, the place that reveres you at the end of the road, in the middle of nowhere, with a fountain that offers you a coin and sends you on your way in the middle of nowhere at the end of the world. Bust loose, outlaws! Fast lane night love, July street dance, old souls review, gypsy moons, hot low tunes, lines so fine old lines, rolling in the sun, running brown, stripped down, downtown beef pound, downtown street so sweet, bakery smells linger there, fresh squeezed juices, fair is fair, Cuban coffee in the air, double black snaps you back, new boutiques, natural this and that, far gone wanderers burnt in the breeze, dogs raise their eyes beneath bumpers and trees, Zambu play the congas under the stars while Will juggles fire, hips sway desire at the end of the sea, con leche, con Cuba, Antigua, Aruba, coconut, guava, mango, añejo, mañana, viando to rainbows of coral and rainbows that fly, parrots, macaws, gems in the sky, snapper and grouper and shrimp by the ton, bougainvillea splashed on the sky as parrots and caws as the shipwreck survive. Coconut, mango, and oloe survive. Añejo, marijuana. Take that, my man. Who's that man with the eyebrows that talk? Like, where you been going when you go for a walk? Snapper and grouper and shrimp by their tongue, bougainvillea splashed on the kai, as sippers as wide as the cyrus ride, strobe lights and soul bubbles burst in my eyes, Cayo Hueso, dance till you die, dance till you die, dance through the floor, dance some more. snapper and grouper and shrimp by the ton. What am I doing? So here we go. I practiced this for a month. All right, here we go. It rolls up to you, so true, so blue, at the end of the day, when twists do that tune on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away, just sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And numero dos, Amy Culver. Come on.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Bud, you suck. And you still owe me money.
Hey, the bitch from Bahama Village stole our money.
So my story is I'm in the book, and I'm so honored, and thank you, Rita, for bringing me in. And I'm kind of the kid of the crew. But I'm not going to tell you the story that's in the books, because there's stories of what I'm going to tell you is how I got here. So if you don't mind, I'm going to sit down for a second. You know what, bud? Seriously. I know people. Yeah, immediately. Yeah, two of them are parked outside. Anyway, so how I got here. I got hit by a propane truck. I was 21. And I was the top of my game. Food and beverage, 5-star Bostonian hotel, blah, blah, blah. They said, oh, well. So I got hit by a truck. All right, fun. Well, not fun, but anyways. So, story goes, it's actually a story. I became a spy for banks that were hired. They were working with financial institutions, and so there were 5 of us. So 5 of us would go in and go, okay, fine. And so we went to D.C., and then we ended up in St. Croix. And what would happen is that, with that, because you were working 120 hours, you knew who was dealing, wheeling, whatever the drill was. You got bank. So I was banking, right? Banking. So I get to Key West. Now, I'd never been to Key West. So I get here, and one of my college friends was here, and she said, oh, I'm going to leave you one of the mopeds, and you can come down. And so I flew in at like 9:30. I'm like, I don't know where I am, whatever. I have $25,000 on me because I just sold my car to a drug dealer. Little problem. So I have 25 grand on me, right? And I'd paid Vigs all the way along the way. Anyway, so I end up in Key West, and I've never been to Key West. I was like, what the? All right. So it's 9:30. So my friend from college left a note with a really very noisy moped, and I would kick her ass right now. It was 10 to 12 on Wednesday night, drink and drowned at the Copacabana. I have just come from hell, in the sense after Hugo, and you know, like nobody touches you, and you just don't do it. And all these drag queens are so beautiful. I'm like, oh. So I'm up against the wall, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take some more wine. Yeah, it's fine. I just needed 10 minutes to figure out a normal place between being with drug runners in the islands and drag queens. And everyone's like, so nice. Oh, you're so beautiful. Oh my God, you're so gorgeous. Oh, it's nice to see you. I'm like, what the fuck? I just need 10 minutes, okay? So I can't find my roommate from college because I'm not leaving the wall, okay? I remember what I was wearing. And I was up against the wall, and I'm like, and I had to go to the loo, okay? So they sent me up to the porn bar. As opposed to going back, like going through everything else. And so I go upstairs and I'm like, what has happened to my life? So I use the loo. You know what's on the backside of the loo? A mound of cocaine with a tip jar. What? And I'm so hyperactive, they stopped giving me coke years ago, okay? What is going on? I went back downstairs. I didn't take any of the coke because I can't, I mean, can you imagine? And I'm old. I'm 56, man. So can you imagine? I said, so I go downstairs, and I was like, oh, for the love of God, I just need one day, just one fucking day of getting it right. And that's how I stayed in Key West.
Thank you, Amy. So now we're going to switch up the order, and Norman Van Aken.
Oh, Norman's here.
You're up. Norman is here. Norman, Chef Norman is here. Woo-woo!
Hey, what about those black beans? I want black beans. The greatest black beans ever.
Somebody said that the title of my first book should have been called Black Beans That Take 8 Days to Make.
Yes, and high cost.
I don't know how I'm going after you and her. Really. I mean, what the fuck? This is impossible. I'm a cook, you know. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm not a performer. But anyway, I'm driving down US 1 today with my lovely wife, Janet, who has been with me. And I'm thinking, this is 2021, and the first time I rode down that highway was 1971. 50 years.
Imagine that.
You don't believe it? It is not that long ago, at least not to those of us that live life in this particular way. I am incredibly lucky because I was at a party in 1971, and I was a despondent young man. I had had my hopes dashed by a young woman who thought I was not quite chic enough for her, and I was wounded, and I was at this party with some serious drug dealers who were my friends from childhood days. And the party was sort of wrapping up around 3 a.m. And I said, wait a minute, there's 3 brothers in the family. Well, I grew up with these guys. Well, sort of grew up. And I said, where's the middle one? Where's Steve? And they said, oh, he went down to Key West to deal. And I'm like, now remember, I'm 19 at the time, or 20. And I'm, what'd you say? No, don't say that. Anyway, so I'm like, where's Key West? And they're like, you go to Miami and you keep on going. I'm like, fuck. It's at the end of, it's in March, or it's a horrible time of year in Illinois. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, anybody want to go to Key West? And there were 2 brothers that were at the party too. The party was rather small. And they said, yeah, we'll go to Key West. I said, when do you want to go? They said, let's go tonight. So they had a beat up Ford Econoline van that was sitting outside the party. And I said, really? They said, yeah, let's go. So we went and got a bag of White Cross and headed down to Key West. 36 hours later, we pulled into Key West to surprise Brother Steve, who was living on Windsor Lane in a compound back there just off the graveyard. And I was in love instantly with Key West. I was just flipped out by the smell of the flowers and the clouds and the old buildings and this dope called numero uno that we pressed between knives and smoked for a month. And I don't think we got out of our kitchen chairs and more than once a day to like take a piss or something. But that was my first introduction to Key West, 1971. 1972, I got my first cook's job. I was a failure at many other activities, and I was working as a roofer. I had been a carny, I had been a bricklayer, I had been worked on a golf course, and I had done all these different things. But nobody in my generation at that time was talking in Illinois was talking about being a chef. And so as a roofer, I got fired one day because I was applauding a rainstorm that halted our work. And I was rolling around in the grass, exultant in this miracle of rain, and flipping around like this. And all of a sudden, my hands met the legs of a person, and I looked up backwards, and it was my boss, who was not very humorous. And he said, Van Aken, we don't need your kind here anymore. And I was like, fuck you, great, I don't need you. And I ran to my $100 car, named Baby Cakes, and floored it, got up to 40, and I went, holy shit, rent's coming, what am I supposed to do? And I went to this place where you got newspapers, but it's for want ads, and for if you want to sell your boat or the motor or some beat up piece of shit you need to sell, right? The top of your truck, all that stuff. And I'm like, all right, so I'm flipping through the pages, and I come across this area, and it says, short order cook needed, no experience necessary. I circle that with my ballpoint pen, and I'm like, I'm gonna check that out. So the next day, I tied up, my volume of hair. Where's Jamie Allcroft, come to think of it? And anyway, I tie up my hair and go there and apply for the job, and miracle of miracles, they hired me. So my first job cooking, short order cook, roast beef sandwiches, 2 eggs over easy, hash browns, to quote Tom Waits. And I'm like, okay. And now I'd been to Key West, so I thought, here's my goal. I'm going to save up enough money to get my ass back down to Key West. I saved $300. In the process of all this, though, I met a young woman who was working in a night shift. See, the first 6 months, I worked a day shift, and the average age of the servers, and they were all female servers, was 47 or 57 years old. So I didn't see the night shift girls. Well, that night, day, the owner said, "Hey, can you work tonight because we got a party, and I'll pay you an extra $1 an hour," which meant $4.25 an hour. And I'm like, "Yes, I can." And so he's like, "Okay, great, stick around." So I did, and then the night shift girls come on, and I'm like, "Who's that?" This girl walks in with a tremendous body, and I'm like, watched her walk out the door into the dining room, sort of explosively walk out the door, hips propulsive, and I'm like, "Who is that?" And they said, "Oh, her name's Janet." I'm like, "Great." So, as you can guess from my tone, I was like, "Shh, we're together." So she was in high school, and so I'm like, I was 21. I wasn't terribly bad, but I was 21. She's in high school, so immediately we're like together. And she goes like, "What are you gonna do?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna go back to Key West." And she goes, "That sounds good." I go, "Wait a minute, you're in high school. You gotta finish high school." She goes, "The fuck I do." And I'm like, "What are you gonna do?" She goes, "I don't know, but I'm not gonna finish high school." This is March of 1973. And so I'm just, a befuddled cook. And she's like, one night she gets in the car and she rails out of there. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, "No, I'm leaving. I told you I was leaving." And I'm like, "Where are you gonna go?" She goes, "I don't know." Now, there's no internet, and there's no cell phones, there's none of that shit. Now, of course, the next morning, her parents are like, "We're coming after you. You long-haired son of a bitch. You stole our daughter." I'm like, "No, wait, I don't even know where she is." And I did not know where she was. A month later, I get a postcard from a motel in Fort Lauderdale. I'm like, looking at her little handwriting, I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm like, shit, I think I still feel something for this girl. Now, coincidentally, my two buddies and I had organized to get a drive-away car from Chicago to Miami. Big plan. So here we are, we get in the car. Now, amazingly, we score a Lincoln Continental Mark IV. We're like the fabulous furry freak brothers at this point, hair down to here, getting out of the car in Tennessee to fill up the gas tank, and people are like, "Dope dealers, obviously." And we're like, "Not really." But so we get down to almost to Miami to drop off the car, and I've got the postcard, and I'm like, "Guys, we need to stop in Fort Lauderdale." They're like, "What? We got to have the car back here by 8 o'clock at night. It's 7:30. I'm like, "Just go get a beer. This is not going to take long." So I take the postcard and I get out in the parking lot and I go looking to see if I can find her. No cell phone. Some maid sees me, realizes I'm looking for someone. I'm like, "Can you tell me if Janet is here?" I didn't know last name necessary, right? And they're like, "Oh, Juanita, oh yeah, Juanita." So they find her. And so she's like, "Holy shit, you found me." I'm like, we go out on the boulevard and take a quick walk. And I'm realizing I feel something for her still. And so I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm going to Key West tonight. We drop off the car at the dealership, get in a Greyhound bus, come down to Key West. 1973, March. I get a job at the Midget from Budman and Dorothy. 2 weeks later, I got my first check. I went over and bought a bus ticket, and I sent it to Janet. And the next day, she arrived in Key West. Carried her little grocery bag with her pillow and her clothes, and came down the stairs at the Greyhound bus station, and that was the beginning. I'm sorry if that took too long, but...
Norman. So now, since we're switching up the order here, so now John Wells, where's John? He moved from his seat. He's at the bar. John. Hi, everybody out there in, video land.
Well, you didn't tell me we'd have to leave in a windstorm.
I'm I'm sorry. I arranged to have dry weather. That was the best I could do. Thank you, Norman. Norman's book.
Norman's book.
John Wells.
Okay.
John Wells.
This is taken from my own personal notes 36 years ago. In the 70s and 80s, Key West was a bastion for the liberal-minded person. It was a period of women's liberation, sexual revolution, the open relationships, Haight-Ashbury, Woodstock had gone, drugs and chemicals I'd never even heard of before. And I lived in a compound with 6 cottages in that age of debauchery, decadence, and hedonism, and God, it was fun. So in that period, you got to see a lot of liberal things going on. The compound of cottages was owned by this very eccentric guy who apparently inherited money from his family's connections in Alliance, Ohio. He sat in the back of the compound for years, subsisting principally on milk, cocaine, and Coca-Cola. Blown away, brilliant man he really was, who did not want or need to work. I guess total freedom doesn't allow you to be free. He looked near death all the time. Someone literally asked him, having not seen him for a year or so, "Are you still alive?" No women ever came unless it was for cocaine. He was always nice, disdained any sort of violence or any sort of work. When sober and lucid, he read prodigiously historical thrillers. He'd say, you know, like, Who Fucked King Charles? He had a wry sense of humor, really dry. I told him, Chekhov was right, Nick. Work is the answer. He said, what was the question? Chekhov was wrong. Work is not the answer. Believe me, I've tried it. He loved Marilyn Monroe. He loved this handsome electric guitar somebody made for him. Lou Reed, and particularly the song about the guy who killed his girlfriend. He freebased cocaine. The only time I ever saw him excited was when David Crosby was coming in town. Some of you remember that? Yes, well, coming to his house, of course, to get some cocaine. Someone had referred him there. He offered me $25 to clean up the yard. There must have been 25 plastic garbage bags, hundreds of Coke cans, and red and white milk cartons. MacArthur, all kinds of debris at the front door. He was huffing and puffing. David Crosby was coming, and it was at the time when Crosby was busted in Texas for cocaine and caught with a firearm in his car or somewhere else. He got a speeding ticket in Key West that night. So it was true. So it turned out a horrible night, Nick said. I didn't stay up to witness what went on, but the end result was that excitement over David Crosby ended in another of life's failures. I never got the $25. He applied to law school in Miami, and he went. I don't recall actually if he got a degree, and I don't know what happened with him. Did anybody? No? Well, no, we should know. Okay, across the fence from us was what we call the Pink House. The guy there owned an African gray parrot, and that bird was amazing. Key West was very open at that time, and people had their windows and doors open most of the time in the winter. That bird could hear everything that went on that compound, and he could do sea shanties. He could do Glenn Miller's String of Pearls. He did the women calling the children, Amber, Amber. The exact sound of a table saw. And the guys working there, hey, is there any more beer? Exactly like they said it. We were all amazed by that bird. And there was a lady who lived right across from us in the compound, had her bed on the porch, screened in, really nice sleeping place in the winter. She was really a rather artistic woman in designing clothes. Said she could look at a hem on somebody's couch and see a piece of clothing. The Red Barn did Pippin during that time, and she was instrumental in costuming that show. And there was a comedic duo there at the time, Mac and Jamie, who went on to gain international stardom as movie stars. And they wrote this wonderful takeoff on West Side Story, Key West Side Story. where that lady was involved with it. And the ingenue in this play was Mario, pronounced Mario. Mario, I just met a boy named Mario. A boy like that will kiss your brother. She was an inspiration in writing that piece. And she was naked most of the time, in or out of the cottage, very sexual, very vocal during the sexual act, moaning and crying. That parrot could hear everything coming from that porch, and he learned every sound and syllable she made during that. And when I walked my parents through, who came down here from Richmond, Virginia to see where I lived, capital of the Confederacy, Lord knows what my parents thought. I thought my face must have gone. And they never said a word. You couldn't explain it. You wouldn't say a bird is making that noise. You couldn't explain it away. It was too real. They never said a word, and I didn't either. Not long after that, she moved out of the compound. True story.
It is a true story. Thank you, John. So now, Chris, are you ready? Chris Stone.
Okay, yeah, boy, those were the days, I swear. No, that's not what I wrote about. I had a house on a little lane, Fletcher's Lane, and it had a mango tree there. Of course, everybody had mango trees. And I was crazy about mangoes. I first discovered them in the Philippines when I was a kid. And boy, that really helped Key West. Mangoes made me part of the things that made me stay here. So I was messing around with some mangoes because I had a mango tree in the backyard and had to do something with them, all those. I kept giving baskets and baskets to people, and they kept saying, it's enough, it's enough. So I decided to make some mango chutney. And so my story is on page 213, and it's Mango Chutney Summer by Chris Stone. They said to say who I was, so I did. Okay, so here is Mango Chutney Summer. She blew on the wooden spoon before touching the spicy pulp tentatively with her tongue. More ginger? No, more thyme, she decided, as the pungent sauce roused her taste buds. She studied the pot, comparing the look and the taste of its contents to the sample of Major Gray's Famous she had scooped from its distinctive small-necked bottle. A few more raisins, she decided, reaching for the red box, shaking a handful into the mix. Thick mango chutney bubbled like slow lava as she stirred. The tang of cider vinegar melded with brown sugar and Spice Island treasures rose to tweak her nose. Mango season was almost over. In the past 3 months, she and her conch neighbors had eaten this gift of the gods till they were gorged and nearly senseless. She'd frozen bags full of slices for herself and her snowbird neighbor next door. She'd made ice cream and smoothies in gifted bushel bags to everyone she knew. She'd offered them at sunset while Will wire walked and she and sister danced semi-stoned to Zambu's drums. Mangoes in paradise. Mangoes are paradise. Mangoes are madness. More mangoes, my God. By August, the entire island had mangoed itself into a stupor. Last night, she had stood barefoot in the kitchen, cutting up a dozen plus of the large Haydens that fell daily from her tree, golden nectar running down her arm. Who says you can't reach your own elbow, she thought, as she followed the sweet rivulet down her forearm with her tongue. She sucked her sticky fingers and sighing her submission, ate the entire mango, slice after irresistible golden slice. Grateful the passion was sated, she cut the remaining fruit, rinsed her arms in the deep country sink, and piled the slices in a large ceramic bowl. Referring to the label and eyeing the bowl, she judged the contents of the Major's bottle against the bowl's proportions and added a rounded half teaspoon of ground nutmeg, cloves, ginger, and allspice, thinking, next time I'll look for fresh. She had guesstimated the proper portion at half a box of raisins and stirred them in. Wrestling with the stick-to-itself plastic wrap, she covered the bowl and set the mélange in the fridge to marinate overnight. In the morning, she woke, as usual, to Fat Cat's persistent purring, his footfalls imprinting his message on her chest as he announced cat clock breakfast time. She rolled on her side, and the clever cat deftly placed his cold nose against her closed eye. Delighted with the daily ritual, he rubbed his head against hers until, finally, she surrendered and, chuckling, swung her legs off the bed and padded over to the ship's ladder that led from the loft to the first floor. And those of you who were in my first house remember that. Bounding after, Fat Cat found her, arms folded, smiling and leaning against the jamb of the kitchen door. He caressed figure 8 reminders around her ankles as she stood gazing at the still pink sky. Nearby, a treetop mocker trilled. Lost in the crimson light, the woman slipped into her garden. She stretched naked in the cool dawn and, breathing deeply, moved easily into a quiet series of salutations to the sun. The cat yawned, positioning himself beyond the circle of her movements. Completing the ritual, the two returned to the kitchen in quest of favorite morning treats. Later, she pinned up her hair and pulled on a shirt. Retrieving the mangoes from the fridge, she turned on the stove. She measured the pint of vinegar into a large pot and stirred in 1.5 pounds of brown sugar. Analyzing the major's label, she added a little celery salt, followed by a big tablespoon of mustard seed and a dash of salt. She finally chopped 2 small chilies, a large clove of garlic, a 1/2 cup of onion, and scraped them into the pot. Finally, she seeded 2 tamarind pods and added the sticky tart remainder to her brew. She cooked this down for about 20 minutes and then spooned in the mangoes. She stirred the pot, reducing it to a slow simmer, then checking it frequently. Let it cook gently for about an hour till it was thick. Periodically, she tasted the chutney and compared it to her mentor's mix. When she could no longer discern a difference, she cooled the chutney, sealed it in small freezer bags, and packed it away to use on everything from curries to vanilla ice cream to the perfect pairing with cream cheese. After all, she thought, a day without mangoes is like a month in Philadelphia.
Chris. And I'm going to say hi, John Martini and Carol Munder and Roberta Rorschach and Frank Brownell and who else is out there? I don't know. A lot of people, I hope. So now it's the Greek. Andrea White, or as you know, all of us who have been here forever, we know the Greek. Woo-hoo! You're welcome. You look marvelous, darling.
I feel like crap, my baby.
Feels like crap, but she looks good.
So I am Andrea Renee Anastasia White, known as the Greek, and I'm going to read from my short story called Good Deeds, which I did not name, but Rita did.
Well, Jamie did.
Jamie did. Somebody did. I didn't. So I fell back on my bar and restaurant training and got employed by Arnold Home at Lou's Bar as a package store manager. Then Arnold, who was gay, put me behind the bar, his first female bartender without training, on Easter Sunday at happy hour. He bought free pizzas to celebrate his token barmaid. He and I stood on the bar and walked around the entire length of it as he introduced me to his clientele in a charming manner. It was sink or swim scenario. I loved it and the challenge, and I felt right at home. One of my first bar customers was Chicky Yanis, who with his cousin Sergio had just come in after a week of fishing. Chicky was drinking shots of Dewar's and Budweiser, but he kept on taking those round, cheap black plastic ashtrays in his strong, callous hands and breaking them into a zillion pieces. I watched this for a while until I decided to march up to Chicky, hands on hips. I squared off to tell him, "You can't do that. My boss pays $1 a piece for those." I was ever the company gal and relatively fearless. Chicky, who by this time was well buzzed, reached into his pocket, took out a crumpled $100 bill, slapped it on the bar, focused on my face, and said to me, "Give me 100 of them." We both busted out laughing, and we've been friends ever since. That was a time when we could still work, play, and spend time on the beach. The time when the town nicknamed me the Golden Greek for my tan and my predilection for overdoing the jewelry thing. That hasn't changed. I'd party all night long and sleep until noon with just the fans blowing and no air conditioning. Lou's Bar, which later morphed into the Bull, then the Bull and Whistle, was mostly built by Chris Robinson, Phil Tenney, and Buzz LeBlanc. It was there that I served Tennessee Williams, Truman Capote, and Jimmy Buffett. Marion Stevens owned a gallery across the street, and when musicians were playing, she would come screeching into the bar, trumpeting, "Turn down the fucking music or I will call the cops." She was mean as a snake, especially to women. One day, I looked up and saw a house traveling down Duval Street right after the city cut a huge limb that arched over the traffic. I was not hallucinating that time. It was the Rose Tattoo, later called Bagatelle, being transported to its new location next to Howie's, across the street from the Golden Trident and Delmonico's, a block away from the Midget Bar. One weekend, Pirate Bill and Jackie and Canadian Jay invited us out to a 3-day party at Sand Key. There were 3 sailboats and 3 motorboats. We all pitched in, and I cooked for 30 on the boats and on the campfire. Who brought the wood and the charcoal anyway? I was styling because I had a tent. We wouldn't let Crazy Gary come out with us. He was just too obnoxious. There was no wind on the way out, so the power boats towed the sailboats. I met AJ and Chuck there. Pat Mort and her sister Gail came out. There was pot, hash, window pane LSD, cocaine, MDA, beer, wine, MD 2020, don't ask, and rum. We ate well, trading beer for shrimp from the shrimp boats. A grand time as we laughed, skinny dipped, snorkeled, and tripped our butts off. I heard about it across the bar 25 years later, and I was mortified. In the middle of the night, I woke up and there was, uninvited, Crazy Gary, riding around Sand Key on a bicycle. He had hitched a ride with some Cuban fishermen and was gone in the morning, only seen by a couple of us. On the way back in, the power boats were out of gas, so the sailboats towed them back in. It was a simpler time. Friendships made then were lifelong. The barter system was flourishing. The bubbas and politicians were corrupt, but they were nice people, and we didn't care. We were the new kids on the block, and were appropriately respectful of accomplishments, musicians, acquisitions, and boundaries. The pot smugglers were our underground heroes, and we were extraordinarily trusting of people in general, mistrusting of the establishment at large. I have observed through the years that people here are more concerned with the quality of the person that you are and less with the stuff you've acquired. I have seen friendships here that are different than anywhere else in the world. Here we honor friendships with all that we have and all that we are. I am blessed to have found Key West and to have lived here in the halcyon days, where time, light, and experiences were painted in primary colors, not pastels. It's still the best place to live, but we have to leave here occasionally and visit other places to truly appreciate what it is that we have here. Thank you.
Gordon Ross. There's a lovely picture of him downstairs in the exhibit.
I left that dress at home tonight. Thank you. My lovely Tansy. Isn't it amazing we could all actually remember any of the stories? That's what got me. The first Fantasy Fest parade. Let me add that I started this when I sent this to Rita. It was in 12-point font. 2 years later, and eye surgery, and it still has to be 14 now. That's what we're going through. The first Fantasy Fest parade approached with little fanfare compared to what it is today. There were advance articles in the paper about this new festival, designed to bring in tourists during a basically slow time of the year. The excitement of something new in the air was in the air. Compared to now, it was rather calm, except for those involved. Those involved were working very hard on this new adventure that would soon change the face of the entire Lower Keys. Local businesses were being encouraged to participate as they could, either decorating storefronts or buying sponsorships, any manner that they could to support this new event. But still, it was in its larval stage. All of this taking place back in Key West, which was also still the last bastion where hippies lived. I believe there were still remnants of the commune up in Rockland Key, about 9 miles north of Key West. Many of these local people sold handmade items in small stores on Duval Street. Items that I must say held up better now than what's sold on Duval Street right now. Back then, each one of these hippies were basically local characters. One of these characters was called Sister. Sister was well known for riding around Duval Street in Key West, generally seen riding her bike everywhere. One of her antics was that she would glue quarters, nickels, dimes, or pennies down on the sidewalk in front of Sloppy Joe Bar and then watch the tourists try to pick them up. As the first parade began down Duval Street, which started in the opposite direction that it moves down today, the small but fun group of mostly cars and some floats reached my area in front of Sloppy Joe's. People cheered and waved and applauded as they saw the car arrive with a silver woman on the hood. It was Sister, painted silver, waving to the crowd. It just took a few moments for all of us to realize she was also buck naked. Today, wouldn't even turn a head. Perry's watching right now, and she worked that, so thank you.
It's friggin' cold. I know you people up north, we're suffering down here at 72 degrees. Steve, do you have that thing set up where people can go talk to the... So Steve has a thing over there. If people want to go say hi to the world. In the meantime, if there's any questions you want to ask of anyone in hopes of an answer. Of course, he wants to know if we're all invited to Thanksgiving at my house. And I said, yeah, why not? Sure. This is just the warm-up for Thanksgiving. Yes. Come up here. You're going to add something about Gordon's piece?
Yes, the first Fantasy Fest. Armando and I put together the first Fantasy Fest for a group of local businessmen around here. And it was, I remember Sister for sure. It's something that really became something. And then they decided the businessmen could do it by themselves, not pay us. So that's the way that happened. But for 2 years we did it. Yeah, glad you were there.
Anybody? You can also get up here and tell the story if you want. No? Okay, so we can head down to the courtyard where the people that are coming for the second seating will also meet us there. You can say hi back and forth. If you want to say hi to your friends that are watching, you can go over to Steve. And, oh, my scarf is going to choke the microphone. Yeah, so thank you. Inside and downstairs, unless you want to go over to the mic and say hey to whomever. Thank you, thank you. So So yeah, everybody, this is going to roll, but the second seating will come up here. There will be different stories and different people, and that will start at approximately 7:45, but the live stream will stay on in the meantime.
Sir, thank you for the good service.
And the full moon arises. Slash rest. Yeah. But I stood in the wings and watched her skate for weeks. And then we had 2 children, and we worked for recognizing things, doing all the stuff. Hamilton songs, Dorothy, Peggy, Randy, Flower. Come on, class. It's 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got grandkids too. I've got one who is 17 who has decided she's bi, and everybody should know she's bi. So we love her to death. And she's a great horseback rider. She does polo cross, which is it's like lacrosse on a horse. So and my daughter now has a ranch in Texas, so they're I can be there with the horses and the grandkids and all that stuff. Home though, it is. Well, we're glad you're here for sure. And you guys, did you do the first or the second?
was Rocky. It was Tim Curry. Yeah, it was fabulous.
Yes, it was. It was great fun.
around the corner. Yep. just opened. This just happened.
What a night for this.
Hey, Rick. Wow, Steve. How are you? Oh, wow, I'm doing great, man.
Check out that move.
I know. I know.
I've never seen anything like it.
They do it once a month.
No, but look at the halo over the top.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's probably ice crystals. Hey, Steve. What's up? Oh, go ahead. Go. Yeah.
Kit walled stage. The girl I just introduced you to, she does all the artistic stuff.
Oh, downstairs? The black one at the entrance? Huh?
Jeremy, the girl I
Yeah.
introduced you to.
She does what?
with the door open.
Nice.
No, Mike.
I've never been a
No, just recently.
Yeah, not tonight. It's not the first.
No, I mean really, just truly just recently. No, it was just a month or two ago. Mike was working. Keys are fast.
So, for my singing mic, should I wonder, should I change it? I think there's somebody named Greg who's the sound guy.
We got this here. I got a line for you, and when you can sing through this if you want. So this is what they're speaking for. And Greg probably runs this.
Where's our sound?
So our sound's here. Here is where my keyboard sound.
We have a little reverb for the mic.
Well, the mixer is right here.
I mean, maybe we'll have a minute just because you know how the settings are different. Well, but they'll be different.
Well, that's a whole different system. That's a whole different system.
Okay.
They got plug you in, you tell me what talks to the street. This is what they call sound check. When it comes time, you should just use it.
I just need it for when I'm not singing.
Got yourself a nice.
It does. This is nice.
Who was the last person to coil up this cable?
Probably
Is this the way they do it in New York?
actually Quint Lang showed me how to work.
Live.
I have just once.
It's very sort of unmanaged.
Right.
I got it late for the first session. Scared myself yet. I don't do it very often.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, check 1, check 1. Why is it crackling? Check 1, 2, 3. Okay. Maybe I mean check 1, 2, 3, and maybe a little less. Check 1, check 1, check 1, check 1, check 1.
Yeah.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, yeah. About there. Check 1, 2.
But down on the roof, they don't do anything on the roof. I think it's in the lobby.
There's a good piano player in town who was on the floor. He said they've been playing a month and they had been then I lost. You didn't go with them, Richard.
No, I didn't. No, I did.
I thought you were going with Libby.
We went in there for 5 seconds. That's all we needed.
Just setting up. Gotta get the mic set up.
Oh, it's very good. Jamie was go in the background. I was doing the compromise.
Hey.
And then Greek was sick.
Who, what?
Greek. Greek. The Greek.
Oh, the
Andrea.
Greek. I've heard about the Greek, but I'm not sure.
She was really sick. She was sick.
Not good.
Don't come places.
Not these days.
She said, stay away from me, I have a bad cold. I'm like, oh my God. Do we get to hear your beautiful tones tonight?
It'll be
They
fun
always
playing.
are, Linda.
It'll be fun playing with these guys. They're going to give me a once-a-month concert up here.
Isn't that
For
nice?
some sort of small
What happens
cover
to your
charge.
touring house when you're not here?
I had it rented, and I may actually.
If anything, that would you review his stuff afterwards and give him pointers after? Or who would do that?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I should watch
I think it's time.
That's right.
That's a problem.
It's time. It's past time. I've been saying
But,
it
so
all
that they put you up next door if you were here once a month?
Oh, well, this is just for this winter. I wouldn't sell it till spring. We shall see.
Where are you parked usually in New York, then?
I've been bouncing around because, well, my parking brake died in 2014.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
either.
And we were at his place and my place, and then his kids inherited his place. I've been between Chicago and New York. But I kind of agree with that more. I had rented a house in Rehoboth Beach.
I love Rehoboth. I went, I spent my summers there as a slutty teen.
Didn't we all?
How was you? I knew it.
It was me, Richard.
That's where I met Liv. She was running the back porch cafe.
Oh, really?
And we were playing up there. She said, I want to be a singer. I was like, come on down. Singing is much better business than running a restaurant. They're both like, what? Yeah, terrible business.
Really?
Terrible.
Look at the sky tonight.
Jamie said, well, have you timed your reading? I said, no, I didn't. And then I did, and it was more than 5 minutes.
We'll be sitting there with the clock and stop. Get the hook.
Oh, this is lovely. It's not very big. I mean, for as big as the building. Let's see. What's that?
Sure.
Oh, that's St. Paul's.
Not St. Paul.
That was the Episcopal Church.
On Simon to me.
Yeah.
I think Episcopal. Still
I
going.
never knew it had such a steep. Oh, God. Yeah, I heard the neighbor prayers and I was reading last night.
Not surprised. Read the book.
thank goodness we didn't have yesterday.
I know. So Jesse did bring the babies. They might be going home now. Maybe they're here at the first one. I had no idea that there were two different shows.
It was so popular. They had their hands set.
Yeah, but you would think it would be the same readings.
50 different people. Everybody wants to be changed. Not me. Trying to forget the old days.
No, I never stand in front of them like if I was about money.
That's a good philosophy.
That's what I like to say. They pay me, yeah. I get up. Well, why do you think that? We just offer us the bucks for the music tonight.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Bill.
See ya.
See you too.
I had to get out of that madding crowd.
Yeah. Well, they'll be up soon.
Who are those people? I don't know. I told Jamie Alcott, I said, we all need to be wearing, not us, because we've seen each other a lot of years, but stick on name tags.
Yeah, I know.
Because I heard there are people here that we knew.
There were a couple of
Back
people
then.
I couldn't figure out who they were, but I knew them.
I would like to. Why?
I saw you by Dog Beach the other day.
Yeah. You going to work?
I was going to work, yeah. You were so out of context that it took me a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on my bike. I had my mask on, probably
Yeah.
helmet.
Yeah.
Safety first.
Yeah.
Mark, you've been busy selling the...
No, I'm retired. I
Oh,
retired
really?
a couple years ago.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I retired a year before COVID. It's like pre-COVID, AC and and I was teaching Pilates and doing plays and everything. But then when COVID came, everything stopped. But it started back this week. So I went back and got a group together for Pilates again. I'm going to rehearsal on Monday for a very, very funny show called Cats Talk Back. It's about people that are retired from the musical Cats.
Oh,
Which is so horrible.
I know.
And I hate it so much. But my character was in it 20 years ago for 20 years.
Oh, my. Who wrote the play?
And she can't straighten her hands. Right. It's so cute, so funny. An hour. It's going to be in the parking lot, no intermission.
Oh, good. It's going to be outside.
Yeah, so come. Great. I think it's very amusing.
Oh, good. Yeah, we haven't been.
Well, there's nothing
very well.
Yeah, but I haven't gone to any concerts, even the amphitheater.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah.
Everyone went to see ZZ, and then the next group that came up that I'd never heard of.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to see them.
Yeah.
They're getting big acts and big crowds out there.
Yeah,
It's a big success. I know.
John Fogerty.
You know, I have to say that it looks beautiful down there. The whole, I've been going down there a long time. I used to go down and watch the sunset off of that pier when it was just like a construction site.
Yeah.
You know, it was just terrible. And they really made it beautiful.
I think
All of it is great.
We took the grandkids to the water park.
They're so beautiful, you guys.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And what fun is the water fountain park? Love it.
It's pretty great. Yeah.
You didn't see the new one, did you? She was born Tuesday.
Oh, the new baby.
Oh, the new water park?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
So how many is that?
About 4 altogether.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
2 and Elliot.
My brother has 9 grandchildren.
Oh, boy. How many children does he have?
He had 3. He had 3 girls, and each of his 3 girls had 3 children.
Oh, that's right. His second marriage, he had another. Shelley.
So that's
What?
Started baseball.
There's only, I think, 2 boys in the whole lot. 2? No, 3.
Yeah. But we have 3 girls and 1 boy.
Nice. So when does this start? 7?
Oh.
I thought it was 7:30.
Not 7.
Not 7:20. It was scheduled 7:30, but the first one started late.
Did you see the crowd downstairs? It might take them a while to
Yeah.
get their ass.
Yeah, we were on our way up when Aaron came and said, "Okay, everybody, time to go up."
Yeah.
We were already on the way.
It's freezing.
Did I just sit this time?
Hello, how are you?
Trisha.
Oh, yeah. Trisha, how are you?
Nobody recognizes me. Yeah, breathing. At first I was like, oh, I hate breathing. Yeah. This is my go-to. Lightweight for here. Yeah. And it's good for layering, when I go to this, something under it, this, and then I range some, because that cuts the mix. And I'm usually good.
Are you still doing Carter?
Oh, yeah. 1 4 weeks.
Wow, that's my first week.
Hey, how are you? Good. Good to see you.
We have to hug now that we're allowed.
Now that we're alive and allowed. That's good. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Yeah. Oh, we haven't. Isn't it great?
Okay, yourself?
I'm wonderful. She's retired.
You've been wonderful.
I read about that.
Really?
Directed by Joy. Joy understands. It's windy here over there. Or less windy over here.
Well, let's see. I thought I saw Marjorie. Oh, there she is.
Right over there, Mark and Ann.
There's a double entendre. Yeah. So you're going to stand it up. I think that's right.
I'm just so I'm just going say hi to these two.
live streaming. Everything. Just saying, it's out there.
All right, good evening. How's everybody doing? I'm just up here to say that Tony Falcone says he's sorry. That was there was a message. I was relayed a message that Tony, he just apologizes. Just get that out front right now. My name's Jed Dodds. I'm the executive director here at the studios, and very happy to be so. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gosh, if the first half of this evening is any indication, and the energy in the crowd right here tells me even more, we're in for a good time. This is going to be a lot of fun. I don't have a whole lot to do right here except to introduce the star of the evening, the woman whose indefatigable energy kept at this project for years to really kind of speak back and reflect back to the community what an awesome island home we all have. So I'm just going to get out of the way. Thank you all for coming out tonight, and introduce the beautiful Rita Troxel.
Thank you. Thank you. Years, worked for years on this book. Let me just say. Okay, I'm reading stuff, so that's the way it is. And hi to everybody out there in streaming video land. And maybe Steve Tompkins, are you watching? Chris Auer, maybe? Ray Coates in England? Wendy Sheridan in Amsterdam? Hey, your people are here. Okay, so first, I just have to say thank you to the studios of Key West. They have been, the directors and staff, amazing, 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 helping me put this together, and so organized and fabulous. It's the dream team, for sure. The rooftop is open here tomorrow for us all day long from like 10 to 4. So if you want to come and meet your friends here, bring sandwiches, bring drinks, and just hang out, you know, it's ours to do that with. So that's an awesome thing. Jamie Alcroft has an opening at Harrison Gallery on Sunday night of his sterling silver abstracts called Epiphany, and I have seen them in person, and they're friggin' amazing. I mean, knock your socks off. Ann Taswell has a conversation with moi on Monday, November 22nd, at Books and Books downstairs at 6 p.m. And she has a new book called A Good Spy Leaves No Trace, kind of about her search for her father. And it's an amazing, fascinating book. Last but not least, the photo exhibition downstairs. It closes on the 23rd, but they're closed on Sunday and Monday, so basically tomorrow, I guess, is really it if you're going to see it. Get your butts over there. What else? Oh, Books and Books has books by a lot of the contributors to my book that have written their own books, which are available at Books and Books. And Books and Books and Books and Books. And Books and Books. And go there. And buy the books. And as I said before, we are being videotaped, so you are warned. Let's see. There will be a Q&A if anybody has anything to Q, and you might get an A. Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no. We'll see. But that will happen after this is over, and I will repeat your questions because I'm told by Steve that, you know, the video won't pick it up from out there. So here's just a little bit, and for people who have been on this video stream, yep, you're going to hear this again. Here we go. This has been such a fluid project, changing constantly over the years, and honestly, I never could have imagined the impact. Building this book was as much about our community now as it was in the 70s and 80s. I began this 17 years ago, as many of you know ad nauseum. But without the trust of all those who took the time to write stories and the fact that you believed in me enough that it would actually see the light of day, none of this would have happened. Over the past 2 years, or the last 2 years, this project has connected me to people I did not know very well and reconnected me to dear friends. It has been a deeply emotional experience for myself as well as many others.
There were times when I honestly could not edit because it was too emotionally overwhelming, and I'm not making that up. This book would also not have happened, at least not in this decade, without Jamie Alcroft saying to me 2 years ago while we were at lunch in LA with his wife Sarah, "I want to be involved and I'll help edit the book." And I said, "Okay then, let's do this thing." So Jamie had the baby for 8 months, and when it was returned to me in a much needed and clarified edited version, Jamie was so attached to it. He promised that I had to take. He made me promise. Say your words, Rita. He made me promise to take care of the baby he had been fostering for me, and I have done my best. Then there's Lynn Bentley Kemp. Ta-da! Who did the final edit and who designed the cover and the words and countless photos and who tweaked so many of these 45-year-old pictures that it took, so many hours. I can't even tell you. And as I said earlier in the evening, from our love of dogs and love of the book has grown a much cherished friendship. I also want to thank the Awesome Foundation of Key West for awarding me a grant to help with the printing, and now a year later, thanks to the studios of Key West, we are here to tell the stories and read from the book Home at the End of the World. There is no better place than Cayo Hueso. Con mucho amor, my friends. Without further delay, I will begin the evening with a short little piece entitled Hard Magic by Sally Reno. When your custom magic shoes were ready, Murphy put them on you himself, and he'd say, "Careful with those first steps. The magic is a little hard to control when you aren't used to it." So, on to the magic. Ann Towswell, wave your wand.
Wow, it's bright up here. Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to be here. It was suggested by Rita that I start off with the short poem I wrote that's at the beginning of the book. So here it goes. After that, I'm going to be reading a short Reader's Digest version of the story that I contributed to the book. So the poem, A Key West Recipe. Start with great weather, equal parts sunshine and moonlight, laced with night-blooming jasmine. Add food and music, and then shake it up with babies, one run after another, until you have a tribe. Bake during days spent on the old Sands Beach and Louie's backyard, when it was just an abandoned windsurfing deck. Set to cool with evening bike rides and dancing at the rooftop. Sprinkle with potluck feasts, shows at the Green Street Theater, and sunset at Mallory Square. Like magic, you'll have the Key West community of the 70s and 80s. I love Key West, a place where you can be who you want to be. And all that you might need or want is just a bike ride away. Richard and I moved here in 1979 when I was 5 months pregnant. So naturally, having babies, 3 over the 15 years we lived on the rock, provided much of the recipe for our lives, along, of course, with the night-blooming jasmine-scented bike rides. Our first child, Jamila Starwater Tazwell, don't you just love that name? She was born in May of that year in our bedroom, under the watchful eyes of 8 friends and the angels she brought with her. "Nefertiti," my husband exclaimed after seeing her pointy head. He was passed out on the floor after the event. A month earlier, we had moved into a 2-bedroom shotgun house with our friend Mo, who we split the $80 a month rent with. Our place sat behind 818 Ash Street, a house that our friend Janan rented, and where Richard and I slept for our first couple months here in a pop-up tent on our kitchen floor. Our new home had a long porch that faced the backyard of our conch neighbors, whose kids loved to climb the Spanish lime tree and collect the green fruit in season. Across their yard was the back of the house on Olivia Street, where some of the Pacific Orchestra band lived, and the artist Barry Lee had his studio. Barry occasionally took showers at our place. We had one bathroom with a curtain for a door and a grand-sized walk-in shower. No shower curtain, of course. Jamila's first Christmas, my mom came to visit us from Washington, D.C. to meet her first grandchild. Christmas morning, we were opening presents on the big boutique pillows that served as our couch when we heard a voice coming up the porch steps. "Richard, we've come to work on the house." Big surprise. It was Dr. Safel, our landlord from Maryland, and his 19-year-old grandson, James, who had come to put new siding on our house. One of the days they were working, I'd struck up a conversation with James, who agreed to watch Jamila New Year's Eve so I could go hear Richard play with the Hearts of Palm at the swankiest place in town, poolside at the newly reopened Casa Marina. This was my first night out as a mom, and it was magical to be dancing under the stars with the rich folks sipping their cocktails when the power suddenly went out and the band switched from electric to acoustic. Shortly after the blackout, a waiter walked up to me and said that the front desk had gotten a call from my very distraught babysitter. Jamila was crying inconsolably, and there was an immediate request for my presence back home. I hopped on my bike and pedaled as fast as I could to Ash Street, the midnight fireworks lighting my way instead of the street lights, and the blooming jasmine calming my nerves. This was the magic of Key West, a place where you could be who you wanted to be and know that the answer to any concern or question was likely just a pedal away. Thank you all.
Good job. Yay. So now, and he apologizes in advance, Tony Falcone.
You know, Rita brought in actors, poets. She once made Rita, and I'm dyslexic. So where these senses go, God knows. But hold on. So, mic it up. All right. Aw, thanks, Skip. So with Key West, it was instant love. I had just gotten out of the Navy. This was 1971. Moved to New York. I wanted to get into advertising. And a friend said, well, before you do that, let's take a camping trip down to the Florida Keys. I said, well, I don't know what the Florida Keys are, but it's January, and you said Florida, so I'm in. We found a great campground in the Middle Keys. We fished on the bridges, we snorkeled, we did everything you're supposed to do. It was beautiful until a cold front came in. Well, the people in the tent next to us said, you know, it's too cold. Do you want to drive down and see Key West? I go, well, I've never heard of Key West, but it's cold, I'm in. We drive down, we go over the Calkey Bridge, and I see the shopping malls, and I see just whatever, and I go, yeah, so it's Florida. And then we hit Truman Avenue. Wow. these houses. I'm going, turn right, turn left. And all these houses, one after another, so beautiful, each one totally individual, except for one thing. Most of them had not seen paint in probably 20 years. The shutters were barely hanging on, the balustrades were broken, but it was still beautiful. So we went down to Duval Street. Duval Street was pretty much boarded up. There were possibly 3, 4, 5 stores per block, and they looked like they should have been boarded up, but we got down to the 200 block, so now we're in Sloppy Joe's, the old Anchor Inn, Delmonico's Bar. There are hippies on the street selling hand-painted shells. I had my first Cuban mix and a Sapodilla milkshake at El Cacique. We drank tequila sunrises. We were there for about 3 hours. We started heading back, and now we're going back over Calkey Bridge, and I turned to the 3 people in the car, and I said, you know what? Someday I'm going to live on this island. They go, are you crazy? But I knew this somehow was going to be home. I don't know how, I don't know what. I have a life in New York. I'm going to write television commercials. The next year, I met Bill Conkle. He was the in charge of advertising for Gimbel's department store and then Saks. I was doing the commercial, he was doing that. But the best thing about Bill, among a lot of things, was that he loved Key West. So we started coming down 2-3 times a year. Being young and New Yorkers, we had no money. So we would always stay at Boyd's Campground until this one magic year where we felt particularly rich, and it was 1974, and we ended up going to Key Lime Village with Paco and Chuck, and we got this cabin for $7 a night. Well, it was $7 a night, but this is now December. They came up to us December 15th and said, gee, we hate to tell you this, but it's now high season. And we're looking around, and we're the only people in the place. And they said, we're raising it to $15 a night. I said, no. Well, we negotiated. We said, look, we'll take you out for dinner if you keep us at 7. And they said, okay. So it was December. We had never been there. It was like a night like this. The water was clear. They had a Christmas parade. It was the sweetest, tiniest 15-minute thing I had ever seen. It took my heart away. It was also a great time to be there because no one else was around, so locals were anxious to talk to anyone. So we were having drinks all over the place, and they said there's a gallery that just opened up, Gingerbread Square Gallery. Everyone's going, you should come. So we go, well, we sort of dressed up as best we could, and we go there a little nervous and all, and at the door is this behemoth 6'4" man with a booming voice and giving us a welcome. And of course, it's Richard Hyman. Later became our mayor, the first gay mayor in the United States. And he gave us a great welcome. So we're looking, I walk in, first person I see is Tennessee Williams. I was an English major. I literally, hitchhiked from my school in Pennsylvania to go see Cat in the Hot Tin Roof in New York. And he is talking to these 2 sort of weathered, sun-damaged people. The guy was missing a front tooth. The woman looked like she had cut her own hair. And but they're there and they are laughing. They're having the best time. So we go in a little farther, and then I'm starting to look into these people, and there was Vicky, the bartender from Captain Tony's, this beautiful blonde. There was she was there talking to a gaggle of gay guys, and they're all laughing it up. Then we went a little further, and there was Gordon and Bradley, who are these young local drag queens. They were talking with Peggy Murphy and her husband, Commander Hugh Murphy, from the Navy Air Station. He's there in uniform. I just got out of the Navy. I'm going, what? Yeah, it's just... So we are walking our way around, and then all of a sudden this woman comes flying up next to us. Bill was gorgeous, so everyone would come up to him. And so this was Dorothy Raymer, and she said, hello, I'm the social editor of the Key West Citizen. The social editor of the Key West Citizen. This is... She said, let me take you around. So I did ask her, I said, who is, what is with Tennessee? Who's the 11? She says, well, darling, when you two, and quote, when you two move here, she just met us. When you two move here, these are the first people you have to get to know. They own these shrimp boats, and they will, if you're local, you can go down there, and they will, for $2, will give you enough shrimp to last you for 3 days. And it was true. And when we first moved down here, we were so broke, we ate shrimp a lot. So let's see where I am. We were walking along a little farther, and now just to blow me away a little more is Truman Capote. Going, wow. Once more, the society editor sort of reaches over and whispers, you'll never see Tenny and Truman together. They hate each other. We spoke with everyone there, shop owners, firemen, his wife, the publishers from New York, the handsome author of A Chorus Line, treasure salvers, designers, the gardener from the Pier House, all these people we encountered. And it's this collection of, people. So there was the famous, the near famous, the not famous at all, and all were comfortable with each other. All were in deep conversations. Everyone is laughing and having the best of times. So, everyone has a special moment in their lives where things change or things come together. Sometimes it's small, other times larger. So after the evening, we're walking back down Truman Avenue, and I turned to Bill and I said, I think I finally figured out the evening. I think I understand this collection of people coming together and what made this evening work. To me, I realized in this gathering on this small island, the only thing that mattered for the people there, regardless of their lifestyles or their possessions or their status or lack thereof, was that they were interesting. That was the most important thing. Everyone there participated with their different views and created the most exciting, diverse night. There was a community here where the blending of everyone made each of their lives bigger and fuller. That's when we decided to come down.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Rita. My God, that is a hot mic.
A little too much sometimes.
I want to say it's an honor to be here tonight. And how much fun. Rita, kudos to Rita, honestly, for putting this remarkable whole entire event together, not to mention the book, but you all know that Rita was my college roommate, right? So the adventures just keep on coming. And I'm grateful for that. Let them keep on going. So, all right, my story. The first invitation Gary and I received to come to Key West was in 1974, right after we were married. On our honeymoon trek across the country, we made it to the Keys and camped at Boys Campground, waiting for Roddy and Rita, who were a no-show. The next invitation arrived via telegram down twisty Sycamore Road, West Virginia, as we were planting potatoes. It was from Roddy and read, Mimi, stop. Come to Key West, stop. Play Lucy in the Green Streets production of Dracula, stop. You can live with Gordon, stop. Pay is $50 a week, stop. We harvested 500 pounds of potatoes and made it to Key West by winter. I missed Dracula, but was cast in an original adaptation of Animal Farm as Molly the horse.
The cast was to be mostly made up of colleagues of mine from Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, and rehearsal was due to start in a couple of weeks. Roddy Brown, a classmate, was the director of the show, as well as the producer and the founding artistic director of the newly formed Green Street Theater. His charisma was immense. He was our leader. So, when he told us that Chuck and Linda Crummell would be expecting us upon our arrival in Key West, we believed him. Much later, like many years later, we found out they didn't know who the hell we were. For some reason, we arrived at night. It just didn't seem rude at all to show up unannounced at 9 o'clock. I just remember knocking on the door at 517 Fleming Street, my dog Ellie in my arms and Gary behind me. Hi, we're Mimi and Gary. Roddy said we could stay here. Graciously but skeptically, Linda let us in. Sure. By the time we arrived in Key West, Linda Crummell was already a legend. Whispered rumors had said that she was the lover of Captain Tony, who had a past far too detailed to go into here. But at that time, he owned a bar on Duval Street, and she had been his manager. The story was that she had shot and killed an attacker. Fascinating. She had a full mane of red hair and exuded formidable energy that sort of intimidated me. She was up and early in the morning with a tool belt firmly attached to her hip, and she had plenty of big projects going on in her house. She had rules, and she meant us to keep them. And I don't think she ever got our names right. She called me Missy and Gary Jerry, and I never had the nerve to correct her. Roddy and Rita were held up for some reason and wouldn't be arriving for 10 days or so. Roddy cleared our stay with Linda and Chuck, so we were free to settle in and get to know our surroundings before they arrived and rehearsals would begin. Key West was exotic, intoxicating, in fact, all of it. From the smell of night-blooming jasmine as we walked down Fleming Street toward Duval, to the hippie pirates that actually wore patches on their eyes. The crazy ragtag sunset celebration, swimming in the crystal blue ocean, my God, bright red hibiscus flowers blooming in the middle of what was winter in the real world. I was surprised to discover that, well, there was many varieties of palm trees. Roaches were called palmetto bugs, and they were science fiction huge. Milky sweet coffee was sold out of a laundromat, and a party with the most fascinating people and the best drugs could be just around the corner any time of the day or night. Linda was a generous, creative cook. Almost every night turned into a dinner party around her back porch table. Fresh tuna, not out of a can, can you imagine? Limes squeezed on fresh-caught dolphin, nope, not flipper. Black beans, yellow rice. I was such a product of sheltered East Coast suburban food that all this was just too delicious and rare a treat. And all of it made that much more deluxe by that pre-dinner toke and a couple of beers. Oh, and the nighttime swim in Chuck and Linda's pool. Crystal aquamarine water illuminated by lights with palm trees swaying against a backdrop of tropical evening blue, complete with golden moon. Could I ever have imagined a life more sublime, far and away from anything I knew as normal? And could I ever have envisioned a life more perfect? Youth, beauty, talent, freedom, nirvana, Key West. Linda once told us that she was over going to Mallory Square's sunset celebration, and she never shopped on Duval Street anymore. I thought I could never get that jaded, even if I lived here for 50 years, I would always appreciate how spectacularly unique Key West is. Animal Farm opened, and with it my 40-year relationship with theater in Key West. I am now the managing director of the Red Barn Theater, which employs some of my comrades from that very first show. We grew up. We raised our kids. To this day, we continue to celebrate weird family, as we call ourselves, Christmases, birthdays, our life's successes, our sorrows. All of us that survived and some who didn't have a book in them. Our stories are full of quirky characters, colorful drug-induced adventures, some serious bonding, creating a family a lot realer than the ones we left behind. In truth, I don't go to Mallory Square sunsets or shop on Duval Street anymore. but I never tire of vivid fuchsia bougainvillea or the shock of orange on a poinciana tree. And the smell of night-blooming jasmine touches that memory part of my brain that can make me sigh with ecstasy. I never tire of fresh lime squeezed on grilled dolphin, and a nighttime swim is just as dreamy as it was the first time I jumped in Chuck and Linda's pool.
So now we're going to switch things up a little bit because it seems that Mac Dryden will be playing Jamie Alcroft. Jamie Alcroft will be playing Mac Dryden. So right now, Mac, you have to come up here and do your thing. Mac Dryden. Mac, the real Mac Dryden, the real Mac Dryden, doing the real Mac Dryden, whatever.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll do it. I'll
Yeah,
do it. Thank you. Thank you, Skipper. What a professional. This, perfect. What a professional this guy is. It's just amazing. Thank you, Skipper. Thank you. Boy, got to be fast on this. I don't know. I haven't finished anything in under 5 minutes since my honeymoon, but I'm going to give it a shot here. Sorry, honey. Sorry. That's my honey, my sweetie. Been married 25 years. Thank you very much. We just signed up for another 25. You're all invited to our 50th. I mention her also because there is a strange and unique Key West connection. Everything comes back here, doesn't it? My beloved, when she was 19 and 20, spent 2 years as a professional clown with Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. When she was training in Sarasota, 2 of her instructors were Cyrus and Bounce of Locomotion Circus. And I think I'll thank those guys every day for making her an acrobat, if you know what I mean. And her favorite thing to wear is nothing, so I'm a blessed. Thank you, Jesus, for the blessings. Okay, so the story I chose to tell was a weird night, which is redundant in Key West, right? The weird night in Key West. Jamie and I had done some television, and we had been invited to come back and do some shows, which we thoroughly enjoyed. B.J. Martin, who many of you know, produced, and we were eventually asked if we would MC the costume contest for Fantasy Fest out at West Martello. And sure, heck, bring us down. Love to. We were in the dressing room on the first time we did that particular event, and a security guard came up to us before the show and said, "Hey, there's an abusive bum at the gate here. He insists he has to come in, but he doesn't look like he belongs here. He looks, he's a bum. He says he knows you." And he's got a valid ticket. So we went out there, and sure enough, of course, it was well-known artist Tony Gregory, who was channeling Ratso Rizzo from, Midnight Cowboy, and he abused everybody. And he won that night because he stayed in character, of course, the whole time. Well, our job was to bring up the next contestant and parade them across and let them have their moment in the spotlight and get a few laughs and send them on so the judges could take a look at them and they could do their shtick or whatever they wanted. Oh, and they were fabulous. Wendy Sheridan as Janis Joplin. Ow, it was great. She was fabulous. Anybody know the kid who was, I don't know how old he was, 12 or something, who played the boogie-woogie piano as Elvis with the pompadour and the sunglasses? Fantastic. And we were escorting whoever was next. It was the last contestant off, and I looked down and I said, "Oh boy, this is going to be good." And I looked down and everybody had a number on number 23, a well-known character, a personage in Key West. It was Tennessee Williams in his regalia that evening. This was right after the Arab embargo, and so this was kind of edgy because he had an Arab headdress and a full robe and sunglasses and that big grin. and about a 7-foot wooden shepherd's staff. That was his costume. And his assistant, buffed, muscular, bronzed, chiseled jawed, just, sickeningly handsome assistant, was straightening Mr. Williams' robe and Mr. Williams, because Mr. Williams had apparently started drinking at breakfast to get ready for his turn on the stage, and he needed a little straightening. And so time came, all right, number 23, welcome you up here. And he came up on the stage, and everybody, big roar, oh, they knew who he was, but it was great that he would deign to come to this lowbrow thing in Key West because he loved it. And he did his turn, and everybody's applauding, and I went down to the edge of the stage and said, ladies and gentlemen, who knew that Yasser Arafat and Little Bo Peep had a love child? And he got a good laugh, and as a comedian, hey, this is terrific, and about that time, whack, so I got hit in the back. What the hell, and I look back, and it's Mr. Williams. He's wielding his staff. And with a big grin, he was just playing. And so I pretended that I liked being hit in the back with wooden objects and just let it go, and he was still having fun. And so then Jamie said, ladies and gentlemen, the real cause of the Arab oil embargo. And I got a good laugh again, and whack, he got it too. And so this was early in our career. We didn't have too many credits. And so we're thinking, could we possibly use this somehow, pummeled on stage by a double Pulitzer Prize winner or something. We thought shared the stage with Tennessee Williams, but that was slightly misleading. So as it turned out, no, we couldn't use it for anything but a true and very Key West story, and a great excuse to get down here again. Thanks.
So the jelly in between the two sandwiches, the slices of bread, is Libby York. Where are you, Libby? Libby, Libby, Libby.
All right. Well, I don't know how I get booked in between Mac and Jamie, but I'll do my best. I'm going to do an abridged version of what I wrote for the book because Jamie offered to buy a minute of my time since we're supposed to keep it to 5 minutes. So it's so great to see you all. Out of Africa. I had a farm in Africa. That's my best Meryl Streep. Well, no, not really, but I did have an old 1880s wood frame conch house with gingerbread on the front porch, tucked away on an old town Key West lane, named after one of the founding Key West families. Still do. Coming to Key West in the mid-1970s was like discovering Atlantis, a secret hideaway at the end of the road with a population of quirky, artistic types who like to ride their bicycles everywhere and get fresh, sweet Key West pink shrimp right from the Singleton docks. In 1977, before I found my career as a jazz vocalist, my partners in the Back Porch Cafe in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, decided to open a Key West restaurant, which we called the Rose Tattoo. Tennessee Williams came in one night, and we lovingly placed a red rose on his plate. Those were the days you'd see Tennessee and Shel Silverstein around town. The locals hung out on Duval Street. We'd dance at the Monster for hours, then head up to Delmonico's with maybe a stop at the Bull and Whistle, which I didn't write this, but I actually took home a treasure salver that I met at the Bull and Whistle. Hey, it was the 70s. Here's a few random early Key West memories. Roddy Brown's reputation was such that during the second Fantasy Fest, when my friend Joe Cool and I ran into him on the Simonton Street dock, and he held out his hand and said, "Eat this," we did. A good trip ensued. Listening to an up-and-coming comedy team, Mac and Jamie, rehearsing their new routines, including their rendition of the deafening, cataclysmic rumbles of the Key West garbage truck, free snow removal, remember that? Which completely broke the local audience up. Climbing the stairs to Yehuda Gutman's atelier on the top floor of the Key West Women's Club for my weekly piano lesson. Yehuda taught so many Key Westers and inspired all of us. Sitting in with New York guitarist Franklin McCare at the Pier House, my first appearance as a jazz vocalist, which quickly led to a New York gig in the Village and many years performing in New York City. Old Key West was a place where you'd meet people you'd never have the opportunity to know anywhere else. One night we got a call from Antonia at Antonia's restaurant. "Lenny's here for dinner. Do you want to come over?" We did. He knew I was a singer, and after dinner, when we were all drinking grappa, Lenny said, "Libby, let's go to the piano and play some blues." I sang Billie Holiday's Fine and Mellow with the great maestro at the piano. I can still see his kind face beaming up at me as he sat at the keyboard. I realized why he was such a great teacher. It wasn't until later it sank in, oh my Lord, I just sang the blues with Leonard Bernstein.
All right, Jamie. It's your turn, baby. I don't know where your conch is.
That's all right. My conchs are out there. Jesus. Thank you, Scoop. I'm standing. Is that okay? Do I need to sit? I'm still standing. Yeah, I feel like I've been diagnosed with early onset rigor mortis. So, I'm going to start. I only got 5 minutes. Come on, get the hell out of here. So here's the deal. I came out from Colorado to Key West in 1977. Opened a jewelry store on the 600 block of Duval Street in Guildhall. And I drove by there the other day. And I saw lava lamps where I used to sit. So one day I'm working on the custom order on the side, the bench side of the store, and there was the retail side of the store on the other side. And I saw a gentleman walked in, and he was walking around. My sister, who was minding the store, she had gone out for a cup of coffee. And so I thought, oh, I just better go help this guy. So I go over with my apron on, and I stand there. And as I go around the corner, I realized that the man standing at my jewelry booth was the center square. That was my hero as a child. Yes. I couldn't believe it. So he's looking down, and I walk, and he senses me walk behind him, and he says, "Oh, I love that buckle." And so an impressionist's dream is to do an impression to the person you do an impression of. So I said to him, "I call it my quick release." "What do you mean?" I put the buckle on the counter, and I said, "Press that little piece of turquoise in the middle, see what happens." So he pressed it, the buckle popped open. A little spring. And he said, "Oh, I love it." I said, "I thought you would." And he bought it for $350, Tony. In 1977. So I was just thrilled. I just could not believe it. I called my family and told them I just sold a buckle to Paul Lynn. But for the next 3 years, apparently he gave it to his boyfriend. And Paul was a gadfly. And for the next 3 years, apparently whenever he got a new boyfriend, he gave him one of my buckles. Because I'd be sitting there on my bench, and I'd hear, "Jamie, Jamie." Look, I said, "I need another buckle." And I look at him and I say, quick release. He said, oh, you betcha. And I got to be good friends with Jim McLaren. Do you remember Jim? Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful human being. And we were sitting on his balcony, and he had a condo in Miami Beach or Fort Lauderdale or something. He invited me down there, and we're sitting out there in some Cuervo and fine Colombian, and he starts telling me his story. And I said, when did you meet Paul? He said, oh, God, man, we were in, I remember I went to Ohio with him, and he was playing Kenley Players. And he was doing pillow talk with somebody, with some actress, you know. And he said that he'd always wanted to do stand-up. And so I looked in the Yellow Pages, which was an ancient form of the internet. And he found a club in Franklinton, Ohio, that was a strip club. But apparently they had stand-up comedians there every once in a while. So after the show at Kenley Players, they go over to the strip club in Franklin. So here's Jim and Paul in the strip club, and he tells them who he is, and you know, the strip club says, oh, yeah, I'll introduce him. So these strippers are coming up, and I mean, they're taking off everything. Jim said, I just could not believe it. They're taking off everything. And so they finally introduced, they said, there's got a gentleman here you may recognize. He's here in town doing at Kenley Players. Please welcome Paul Lynde. And Paul walks up on stage. This is a true story. And he says, wow. Smells like pussy in here. I think. Killed. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. I haven't been here, actually, since last time I was here. I've had a change of heart. And yeah, I got a new heart, and I got a 46-year-old heart. So that was 3 years ago. So I have a 49-year-old heart and a 72-year-old body. I'm very conflicted, though. No, I'm very conflicted. I don't know whether to have a midlife crisis or get a reverse mortgage. Just boom, this. But it was quite an experience, and I'm thrilled to have my donor. I thank him every day. I nicknamed him Brian. I don't know who it was. 46-year-old on a donor cycle. That's what the doctors call them. It was a motorcycle. And, 22 people a day die because the organs they need aren't available. So anybody that you know or love or care about, that you want them, if you want to have a legacy yourself, be a donor. I know most of you probably are, but fill out that little card and be a donor, because, man, that legacy, everybody wants to leave something behind. And Brian's left me behind. And, it's great. And by the way, I tried to laugh about it, and I wrote this book, The 10-Man Diaries, because every day things were going on, and I was doing blogs on Facebook. And anybody who tells you that laughter is the best medicine has never had a morphine drip. I guarantee you that. So, life is a little more important now. Everything's a little more crisp. Everything has more of an edge. And I drive with the windows down, because I'm living for two now. Thank you, Rita, for this magical night, for the magical book. Thank you, Lynn, for the magical photos, the way you put them all together. It's a magical night because you're all here. But I feel it's a magical night because everybody is here. Shell's here. Ron Moranian's here. Name them. Roddy's here. Dee Dee's here. Well, I was going to save her for last. And Woody. You can feel them, can't you? I mean, we're all here. So keep that spirit of Key West alive, because there's nothing like it in the world.
I want you to know, I was in the room when Jamie got the news that there was a donor. I was a basket case. Okay. Bob Mayo.
Thank you, Rita. It's so nice to be here. Lucy and I are so honored to be here with you tonight, and such august company. I've got a little thing I wrote called Funerals, and I hope you'll enjoy it. He was loud, boisterous, bellicose, rude, charming, dangerous, and somewhat handsome. His inexplicable friends worked with diligence to amplify his onerous reputation. They enjoyed some success. I loaned him money at times, employed him at times, and when I could, nurtured like the rest of us, a friend who was playing out a large idea of himself. It took some energy. The last time I saw him alive, he was touring the country in a white convertible we dubbed Geronimo's Cadillac, which had little to do with the song. Later, the car would represent his erratic final months, but I could not recognize the future when he unexpectedly pulled into our driveway. It's difficult to see someone running from himself when they're still in motion. I know that now. Back then, I just assumed he was a little too hopped up. Normal for him, but you could hear the aging Cadillac outside our driveway chomping its carbureted bit on the leave like its driver. He was also running from an experienced bail bondsman in South Miami. Lucy and I fed him and his companion biscuits and sausage gravy with strong black coffee from Joe DiMaggio, and lost sight of him in the fog of early morning blacktop up the road way north of our fire. The tiring car's exhaust dissipated, was absorbed and gone like Geronimo. 6 pulsating high-speed Indian moons later, he drowned after falling off a boat dock out west, near San Francisco in salt water not much over his head. Our friend out there called the bar down here with the news. He had no family save us, but what we were sure of is that he was ours, one of us, a Key Wester, an honorary conch and a member of some standing in the Caribbean Navy. He was an importation specialist, a modern-day pirate, and a victim of fate on several occasions. Some of us solidified our position at a morning meeting at the Full Moon Saloon on Symington. We arranged to have our pal Salty Ashes boxed and sent to the bar in Key West. He was hand-delivered around noon a few days later, and Dennis signed for him on a pink postal slip. It was a plain oak box that weighed a couple of pounds. I'd never held anyone's ashes before. He drank Black Jack Daniels when he was alive, quite a bit of it. He mostly preferred it served free or on his tab, an iridescent document of local frailty. We sat in the dark bar's morning watching our friend occupy his box, drinking Bloody Marys and talking about him and his wild-ass life. We poured the first shot of Jack on the box at noon and decided we should take him for a spin around the rock to visit some haunts with box in hand. The dry oak adapted a bourbon patina and left no ring marks or tips. We carried our 2-pound powdery pirate into startling sunshine, his bleached bones impervious at last to harmful nuclear bombardment. The rest of us remained in grave danger. We walked in solemn procession a few blocks over to Louis's backyard on the Atlantic. He liked it there, a scene of conquest and some failures for all of us, him too. The bops absorbed a few more shots of Jack and our procession grew. It got louder and we remembered him more gallantly as his life expanded. That was kind of bound to happen. In the late afternoon, we left for the chart room bar across the island on the Gulf side, where cocktail hour could be observed in the close confines of that legendary watering hole. The procession had grown to 3 cars, 4 mopeds, 6 bicycles, and several people who had never known the honoree. The crowds were gathering over on Mallory Square to celebrate the daily setting of the sun. The day had gained some speed. So far, no one had opened the box. We took him and the crowd home with us around midnight for common sense and humanitarian reasons. We were in a lane on Key West, a sweet connotation so long ago when we all had come here, and we, no one else, just us, knew we were living in paradise ahead of time. We took it smiling and without fear. We shuffled along in our sandals on shaded streets, full of smiling, knowing, carefree faces, and our friend had been a large slice of our wonderful life pie. This was the best place in the world to be crazy as a loon. So much company. Tonight we're on the lane again, or still, and he's over there atop the white washing machine on the screen porch in a box, and folks he didn't know are hoovering atop his bleached bones, sniffing his exit. I chased the heathens away around 3. The hilarity of loss must have decorum. I lost track of the box for a couple of weeks. Later on, after some correct prodding, our dear friend's ashes were taken to sea outside our reef for dispersal. Let's see them out from the evening we've mentioned. Our pal had run aground on Pelican shows in the 70s at the helm of a very loaded shrimp boat. We took him back out that way, dropped him off in 80 feet of shark-infested, gorgeous water with dignity. We saved the box for the bar back on Symington and returned to the island without mishap. It's a good place to live and disappear. Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
God, Bob, I think you did it under 5, too. So, the last, but by no means the least, Mr. Tony Yanis.
What the hell? Whatever happened to just fat? Come on. So Rita said you have 5 minutes. I said Cubans take 4.5 minutes to say hello, but I'm going to try to wing it. You know, it's wonderful to be here, and I think there's a common theme here, and the common theme is what we took for normal wasn't normal, right? So we lived with that. So I tried real hard to figure out. I was going to tell you a Tom story. It was either going to be Trash Can Tom or Monkey Tom, but Trash Can Tom will take about 14.5 minutes, so I won't do that to Rita. So I'm going to tell you, does anybody know Monkey Tom? Monkey Tom is a very talented artist. He's a very talented fisherman and also a very talented drunk. And so we were here living in Key West, me and Loretta, and we were hippies, and we hung out together all the time, and pretty soon she started screwing Paul. So I started crying. I got my duffel bag, got on the Greyhound bus, which, by the way, the Greyhound bus from here to Miami is a story in and of itself, but we won't go there tonight. And I went to Mama's house because, you know, when you're hurt and your heart's broken, you go to Mama's house. And Mama makes everything okay, tells you you're wonderful, etc. And I started working out. I got my shit together, man. I went to bartending school. So I'm going back to Key West. I'm going to be a bartender. So I get back to Key West, and I wanted to be a bartender, except, you know, where I wanted to work, I couldn't get a job because, you know, I didn't want to work at Sloppy Joe's. Sloppy Joe's was like parachutes and fans and, you know, 50-cent draft beer. And the bartenders were ancient, kind of like me now. Man, I wanted to work at the Bull. The Bull had rock and roll. The Bull had action. The Bull had all the pussy in town. Right? So that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to work there. But they weren't hiring locals at the time. So I was working at Jackhammer on Duval Street. And one day, T-Mac, Terry McGuire. By the way, the story about Wendy Sharon about Terry McGuire in that book, I can't read it because I cry. I cry the whole time. And Terry as hey, Skipper, you didn't fix my shit here, bro. All right, I want to let it go because I know you for a long time. So one day I'm out here on the Jackhammer, you know, 3 o'clock, hot as hell, and I get a tap on my shoulder, and Terry goes, would you like to tend bar? I go, yeah, what happened? He says, Jackie OD'd in the bathroom. I said, okay, well, cool. I'll take the job. He says, when can you start? So I threw the Jackhammer. I said, now. He says, tomorrow morning. So I will go work at the Bull. Man, I'm at the Bull. I know I'm in the good shit, you know. But you get the morning shift, right? And I know there's bartenders out there, they love the morning shift. I hated the morning shift. Why is it that piss and beer at night smell okay, but in the morning it's horrible, right? So I just couldn't deal with that. So pretty soon, I worked my way into that afternoon swing shift, man. And the afternoon swing shift is perfect. You make money, you know, 2 to 9, you have your homies show up, peppermint schnapps, you know, we'd bet 2 to 1 as to when the next car would come down to Wall Street, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. That's the way it was, right? back in the day. And so it was a great shift, and I really loved it. And you had these characters that came in, and they came in almost every day. And there was this guy that would come in, and his name was like Philip or Charles or some shit like that. I remember I said like, hey, Phil, and he goes, no, it's Philip. How cool. But Philip was the guy that had the perfectly trimmed beard, and he had a blue macaw. And the blue macaw was not a feather out of place. Fucking thing was about 4 foot. Giant macaw sat on his shoulder. And he would say, kid, come on, give Uncle Tony a kiss, Uncle Fat a kiss. I'm like, I ain't kissing no fucking bird. I don't like birds. I just don't. Dogs, cats, birds, I don't like. Finally, he would give me a kiss. The guy would tip me well, so I'd kiss the bird, right? And the bird, when the bird ate the peanuts, he would drop them in one little spot. He would drop the peanuts, right? He was the best fucking bird in the world, right? So one day I'm sitting there and I'm turning bar with Philip, who by the way, of course, he drank gin and tonic. Philip's, Charles, they drink, they don't drink regular shit. And so, I'm there and I'm like, and I look and Philip says, hey man, look over there. So I turn around and there's Monkey Tom with a chicken on his shoulder. And I go, Tom, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, man, what are you talking about? I said, you can't have a chicken in my bar. And he says, yeah, but that guy's got a bird. I go, no, that guy's got a macaw. Your chicken's shitting all over my bar, shitting all over you, throwing peanuts every fucking place. Get out of my bar. Get out and don't come back to my bar. Good. The bar gets busy. And all of a sudden, a little while later, Philip goes, hey, man. And I think the bird's name was like Bluey or some shit like that, right? So both Phil and Blue are going, hey, man. I swear to God, the bird's going, what the fuck's going on? The bird knew. And the bird had never made a noise before. The bird's going, quack, like, fuck, something's going. So I turn around, and there sitting at the bar is Monkey Tom. And I say, Tom, what did I tell you about the fucking chicken? And he looks at me and says, what chicken? Under his shirt. But here's the beauty about Key West and about what we call normal, right? Tom, get the fuck out of my bar. Don't you ever come back to my bar again. 3 days later, he walks in the bar. Hey, Fat. Hey, Tom. Can I buy you a drink? Yeah. Where's the chicken? Gone. Did you eat it? No. I said, good. Thank you, Rita. Thank you for giving us a glimpse of the most magical time that anybody can ever imagine. Thank you, everybody, for your stories. It's like coming home. God bless you all.
Okay. So I'm going to adjust this mic myself. Except that I can't. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So Q&A. This is the Q&A time. And also, by the way, Steve's got a thing over there where you can go over and talk to the friends around the world, if you want to, somewhere over there, Steve, right? A microphone and a light over there if you want to say hi to everybody in the streaming universe. Anyone have questions for anybody, or you already got all your answers, right? Yo, yeah.
When are we doing the next one?
Oh my God. Rumor has it that some people at studios would like me to do this again in February. A rumor. We'll see. We'll see. Yes, Jamie. Do the garbage truck. I was wondering, I'm like, I did this whole setup and then it's not happening.
So I don't know if it's still the same, but is it? That's amazing. You think the technology would have gotten a little better, but when I lived here, I'd be laying in bed at night, and I'd hear this little rumble come down the street.
was over.
I think of all the funny stories I've heard from so many people here, that could tell the story of Chris Robinson's machine.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Come on. Come on.
Do you know how shy I am? Oh, Skipper, my brother. By the way, I used to work with a woman that said Skipper had one that long. Just so you know, I don't know if it's true or not. Oh, and it's okay. We're all adults here. We say certain things. So are you done playing with your thing? I mean, with the thing? Okay. So we had Chubbs. Anybody remember Chubbs? The Kaya Western bartender. And it was an insane thing. So we decided one night that, we didn't want to do wet t-shirt contest. So we did like Mayo chess concert. And by the way, we did one night, and Tennessee Williams was a judge, but that's a story for another time. And so we decided that we were going to do a wet nightgown show at the Whistle, right? With Joe Eden, rest in peace, up there doing the DJing and stuff like that. And the idea was that, we were going to get all these girls and they were going to model all these negligees, and the winner was going to be the winner. So Chris Robinson, who I proudly named Meat for a lot of reasons, says to me, "Hey, Fat," he says, have you heard about my machine? I go, "Oh yeah, the one with the thing with the and the girl, yeah." He goes, yeah. He says, yeah. He says, well, yeah, Chubb's parties are crazy, and we're all adults. It's Key West. Can I bring the machine over? See if the girls will get on? I said, yeah, sure. So he brings his machine, and it's kind of like a bicycle, but instead of a seat, it's got a right. And as you pedal, right, the thing goes up and down. So it gets going and it gets insane, and the place is, and it was hot. It was packed. And me and my brother Chicky, rest in peace, my hero, we're going around, and my cousin Sergio, and we're pouring peppermint schnapps on these girls' throats, man. And they were eating Quaaludes. It was insane. I don't know how we all didn't end up in jail. So we're there, and the things are going on, and he's got the machine there, and he says, "Fat, listen," he says, I've kind of upgraded the machine a little bit, so the girls don't have to pedal. I put a little electric motor on it. So there is these. In Chubb's party, you either have to know somebody or you have to be a Chubb's member, and it didn't mean shit. You could be a bartender, a waiter, or a waitress, a prostitute, a chef, a DEA agent. It didn't give a shit as long as you knew somebody who knew somebody. And so there was like 14, 15 Coast Guards, Coasties there, and we had set up a little ribbon with balloons to keep them away from the contestants, right? It was real brilliant. And I have my cousin, rest in peace, Sergio de la Guerra, in charge of security. He was also in charge of the girls. Oh, I'm sorry. So Chubb's was Kaya West's Unusual Bartender Society. So what we did is we would do a party on Monday night at different bars. And for example, we did one at the Whistle, and we'd have a bartender from the Pier House and one from the Casa Marina. And we did Chubb's parties at every bar except for Captain Tony's. Captain Tony's too goddamn cheap to pay the 10%. But God bless Captain Tony, I love him. And so Kaya West's Unusual Bartender Society, what we did was we charged $25 for a key ring, and it had your nickname in the back and blah, blah, blah. And at one time we had 1,000 members. It was insane because at the time Ron Sunders says, you ought to run for office. I said, fuck that, I'm never going to get into politics, and ended up running for city commission someday. So the places get, you know how it gets, man. It's like it builds, right? It builds. It's like it's getting hotter, it's getting heavier, man. And the girls are getting more naked, and they're jumping on the machine, and the shit's going on, and the music's bouncing, and I'm going, fuck, this is going to get out of control any minute now, right? And so then, just about then, this girl named Janet, who was you call them dancers now, right? She was a stripper then, and she was gorgeous. I mean, she was drop dead gorgeous, and she says, fuck this nightgown. She takes the nightgown off, she gets on the machine, she plugs it and puts it on high, and everything starts bouncing. She has an orgasm. She falls off the machine, hits her head. The Coasties break through the balloon line and are charging the goddamn room, and somebody says, Fat, the cops are here. So me and Chris Robinson are running down the back steps of the machine to get away, right? Everybody leaves, and here comes my cousin Sergio. I go, God damn it, Sergio. You were in charge of security. He goes, yeah, but I was getting a blowjob in the bathroom, so. Anyways. And by the way, and I asked Rita to help me on this. I've been talking with the studios now for a couple of years. Does anybody know what the moth is on public radio? Okay, so are you kidding me? We got 1,000 better stories than anything that's ever appeared in the moth. So in March, we have picked a date, and of course, being Key West, we're going to call it the Cucaracha Chronicles. Okay? So if you got a story, not if you got a story. Everybody here has got 50. If you want to tell your story, let me know. Let Aaron know. We're gonna. Thanks. Rita was the catalyst for this. It's been in my mind for years. But you are you're the one that lit the crack pipe and got it going. So euphemistically speaking, of course. So we're gonna do that because, like I said, are you kidding me, man? We could do this once a month. There's so many stories to tell. I am so happy that before I die, I get to see all these wonderful people that made Key West and made my life great. Love you all. Thanks to Renee for coming with me. Love you. Good night.
And this guy who just told that story, yes, he was our city commissioner. Just saying, just saying. So, so if there are no questions, and you want to go talk to the mic over there, do that. And the band's going to come up here and play. And the band is, Richard Tazwell said, do you want me to put together a band? And I went, okay. So Libby York, Skipper Crippets, Richard Tazwell, Yahoo! And thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm never going anywhere again.
Years ago. Maybe if I've been here 50 years, I know you got to put the story together. You know, when you give me that gas, I start telling the story. I know.
And the guy before him.
Hello, folks.
Is there really people?
Hello, folks. Hello, Steve
Mackie,
Tompkins, if you're out there. Hello.
Mackie, corn dog. The corn dog. The Mackie. There's a bar here somewhere.
No, I haven't. That's why. 13 people. Yeah, 6 little kids. I think they're coming into my pool.
Other than that, it's perfect.
Everybody gets the bread. 4 blocks away. Somebody probably called it. So, everybody out the water. They come down before they come right. He's the one kind of farmer. He doesn't leave the water. And it's congratulations.
Are you Lynn?
Yes.
I'm good friends with Jenny Feller. Oh no, really? I live in Louisville, Kentucky, and
Yes.
Somewhere,
Oh,
someday,
give her my love.
we'll
I
be
miss
close
her.
together, wait and see.
Oh,
Oh,
I
by the
love
way,
Jenny.
this time the dream's on me. You'll take my hand,
She's the
and
best.
you'll look at me adoringly. But as things stand, this time the dream's on me. It would be fun
Who's on the other side of Florida?
to be certain that I'm the one to know that I at least supply the shoulder you cry upon, to see you through till you're everything you want to be. Key West, it can't be true. The dream is on me. Somewhere, someday, we'll still be close together, wait and see. Oh, by the way, this time the dream's on me. You'll take mine, and you'll look at me adoringly. As things stand this time, the dream is on me. It would be fun to be certain that I'm the one to know that I at least supply the shoulder that you cry upon. See you till you're everything you want to be. It can't be true, 'cause this time the dream's on me. We're all still standing. Somewhere, someday, we'll be close together, wait and see. Oh, by the way, this time the dream's on me. You'll take my hand, and you'll look at me adoringly. But as things stand, this time the dream is on me. It would be fun to be certain that I'm the one to know that I at least supply the shoulder that you cry upon, to see you through till you're everything you want to be. It can't be true. This time the dream's on me. This time the dream's on me. This time the dream's on
me. I had a dream where I was still standing. It's Richard Tazewell on the piano, Skipper Crickets on the drum. Bunch of dreamers. Why are my eyes always full of this vision of you? Why do I dream silly dreams that I feel won't come true? I long to show you the star caught in the dark of the sea. I long to speak of my love, but you won't come to me. So I go on asking if maybe one day you'll change. I tell my sad little dream to the sun, evening air. I am quite hopeless it seems. Two things I know how to do. One is to dream, two is loving you. Why are my eyes always full of this vision of you? Why do I dream silly dreams that I feel won't come true? I long to show you the star caught in the dark of the sea. I long to speak of my love, but you won't come to me. Oh, I go on tell my sad little dream to the sun, evening air. I am quite hopeless it seems. There are two things I know how to do. One is to dream, two is loving you. Let's hear it for the studios and for Rita.
Then there was Mr. Fletcher, and he was a West Ender, right? So he dropped his arms. So we were trying to be, I'm
turning into Jonathan Ross here.
You are, Ben.
Right.
What? What do? What? Yeah, come on. Yeah.
So anyway, so I learned French with a West End. So I go, right, Chopin la bibliothèque, well, Chopin la bibliothèque avec Monsieur de Montflag, I blah, 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 as well. Of course it would, yeah, that was it.
The leaves of green came tumbling down. Remember that September in the rain. The sun went out just like a dying ember.
What a terrific event.
That September in the rain. To every word of love I heard you whisper. The raindrops seem to play a sweet. Though spring is here to me, it's still September. That's September. You know the leaves of brown came tumbling down. Do you remember it was September in the rain? The sun went out just like a dying ember. It was September in the rain. To every word of love I heard you whisper. Raindrops seem to play a sweet refrain. Though spring is here to me, it is still September. That's September in the rain. In the rain. Do you remember it was September in the rain? The sun went out just like a dying ember. It was September in the rain. To every word of love I heard you whisper. Raindrops seem to play a sweet refrain. Though spring is here to me, it's still September. That's September. That's September. September. the rain, the rain. Skipper Griffiths on the drum. Richard Stansfield on the piano. Hey, you guys, I'm going to be here once a month starting January for special concerts with a very small ticket price. Once a month starting in January, so please come. You'll see it. It'll be all over social media.
I gotta catch up with these guys for dinner. All right, guys, I gotta go catch up with this other.
I'm good to meet you.
Nice time.
We matriculated. And of course I got written up in the book. The real Inspector Hal. I was the real Inspector Hal. Since I was in the hungover Inspector Hal. Yeah, and Sally Rito is a great writer. She'll be hilarious.
There's one for
Iron. Those great short little stories that hit so. He helped me write my book. Oh, really?
I got an island in the Pacific. Everything about it is terrific. I got the sun to tan me, palms to fan me, and an occasional man. My little island is very lazy. If I should ever leave it, I'd be crazy. I got papayas, peaches, sandy beaches, and an occasional man. Now when I go swimming, I am always dressed in style. 'Cause I go swimming wearing just a great big smile. My little island is made for pleasure. In the cool of evening, it's a treasure. As the hour grows later, what is greater than an occasional man? In the cool of evening, it's a treasure. As the hour grows later, what is greater than an occasional man? Just occasional. Pick 'em up at the Bull and Whistle in the old days. Just occasional, just occasional, just occasional, just occasional man. Just occasional man. Somebody with his own place to live, for starters. Just occasional man. Just occasional, just occasional, just occasional, just occasional, just occasional, just occasional, just occasional. Just an occasional man. Congratulations, Rita, Jamie, everybody involved with this project. What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Well, it's almost like being in love. Well, there's a smile on my face for the whole human race. It's almost like love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to beat, I could swear I was falling, almost like falling, almost like being in love. What a day this has been. What a rare old mood I'm in. It's love. There's a great big smile on my face for the whole human race. It's love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to beat, I could swear I was falling, almost like falling. It's almost like love. Close enough for jazz. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to beat, I could swear I was falling, almost like falling, almost like being in love. It's almost like being in love. I'm in love. I'm in love. surface on the trunk.
One, two. Libby York on vocals, and one and only homegrown Key West vocalist of jazz.
I have been here for about 36 years.
Check.
Yeah, no. Really sitting. Yeah. Yeah, because of my surgery, they had to be close to the hospital for the first year. I was going in 3 or 4 times a week, just to check me out. Because I'm a guinea pig. They're a big experiment. They do 1,000 of these a year, and they want to.
One, two.
So we're there. We're going to make a move
When I wake up early in the morning, lift my head, I'm still warm when I'm in the middle of a dream. Lay in bed, float upstream. Please don't wake me, no, don't shake me, leave me where I am, I'm only sleeping. Everybody seems to think I'm lazy. I don't mind. Think they're crazy, running everywhere, such a dream. Till they find there's no me. Please don't spoil my day. I'm miles away, and after all, I'm only staying. Keeping an eye on the world slipping by my window, taking my time. Lying there staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleeping feet. Play some music, some reggae music. Play some music, some reggae music. Roots rock reggae, it's reggae music. Roots rock reggae, it's reggae music. Your love is rain, my heart is flower. I need your drink, or I will die. My very life is in your power. But I will fade, blossom to the sky. I wish you would bear. I wish you were there. Coming up. I wish you were there. I wish you were there. I'll never see another springtime. I'll never feel the summer sun unless you're there to share that springtime around. And like the rain, the flower, our love is one. I wish you were there. 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 Just friends, lovers no more. Just friends, not like before. To think of what we've been and to never kiss again. Seems like pretending it isn't the ending. Two friends drifting apart. Two friends, one broken heart. We love, we laugh, we cry. Suddenly love died, the story ends. We're just friends. Just friends, lovers no more. Just friends, not like before. To think of what we've been and to never kiss again. Seems like pretending it isn't the ending. Two friends drifting apart. Friend, one broken heart. We love, we laugh, we cry. Suddenly, love died. The story ends. I said the story ends. I said the story ends. And we're just friends. So sad. Such a sad. Just a friend, yeah. I was freezing. I was putting on the layers over there. Yeah. There's a whole other climate system than Key West down below on the ground. This is its own weather system in the clouds. This is higher than Solaris Hill, I think, being here. It's a little higher up. Ah, Stevie Wonder. You've heard of him?
Friend? Cheers.
Yeah, balance much better. Ba-da-bum. Right there.